All right, there we go. Everything should be in order. Got some music going. That is awesome. All right, there we go. Hello world. There we go. This is my screen. Now, there's a couple of things I need to set up before I go on. I need to get into Roblox Studio real quick and maybe choose a different position for my webcam. Let's make a new experience for today's video. I suck at introductions, man. Oh my god. Well, that's fine. This is gonna be a very chill stream. Usually the first thing I do is I just read the texture of the base plate and then just set this to sea green. I do this because this is the closest, color I could find to like something like grass. So I usually do this first to get this out of the way. I move this all the way here so I have the whole map available to myself. I need to save this. I don't forget to do this later. And we'll call this Bob Goes to Moon. I already have today's idea for a video. I just realized something though. Where's my stream settings? Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can refresh this. I usually stream on Twitch, so I'm not very familiar with how everything works here. I kind of want to see the quality as well. Let me go over to my channel and it should say that I'm live, although it doesn't. Not very look. Familiar. That's me. Look at that. Wait, how everything. Okay. Looks good. Let me go over to a previous. What is it? Recent. Eyeglasses. Let's go over to a previous short that I made. I want to see how it looks. So actually let's go to Roblox. There we go. And let's do create. Let's play the last experience. There we go. And I'll watch the quality of the stream on my other monitor. View on Roblox. And then we just play it. This is how I record all the shots. This is how I take all the shots. After I'm done with everything I do in Roblox Studio, I just launch the experience. And I have a camera script. And I use that camera script which launches in after a set amount of time. And I just record the screen and then I crop it. There's probably better ways to do it, but how's my green screen? My green screen has a little bit of something over there. Hold on a minute. Let me do white screen. I'm sorry if I blow anyone's face in here. Give me a second. Otherwise, it's gonna bother me. Awesome. There we go. All right. Hey, Bartlett, how's it going? Hello. Hello, hello. I'm sorry if I blew your eyes out with the widescreen. There's a little delay between me and the stream. Okay, that's good. I want to see the quality real quick, so I'm gonna play around the experience a little bit in here. Only 2? Only 2 what? How's it going, by the way? Where's the other experience? There you go, the eyeglasses. I'm trying to set up my... I'm trying to test my setup. Make sure everything is okay. No likes? That's fine. That's fine. I'm not doing the live stream for likes, Marlet. I'm going to make Roblox animations. And if you check my account, you'll be able to see the animations I make. Okay, let me look at the stream real quick. Yeah, the quality is really good. Awesome. Okay, the quality is quite nice. Stream is in 1440p. Awesome. Good. So now that we know everything's fine, we're gonna actually get to animating. How's your day going, Marlet? Right. The first thing I always do whenever I... because I just started the stream, Marlet. Maybe people just like to watch, you know? They don't have to speak, that's fine. I'm happy that you do speak. So the first thing I do whenever I launch a new... Whenever I want to make a new video is I go to my previous experience and I copy my scripts. I have a couple of... I have 4 camera scripts that I use for different shots that I take. Then I have another script that will play animations if I so desire. I don't really use a lot of animations because I don't have Moon Animator, which is a plugin for Roblox Studio that costs money. I want to use Blender, but that's a difficult program to use. All right, so now that I have all my scripts, I can close my previous experience. And this is pretty much all I need. This is the twin camera script. This is the most basic script for the camera that I use. So today's video is also going to be about Bob. Have you seen my shorts, Marlet, by any chance? Are you a subscriber? Because if you didn't, you can check out my YouTube account and you can see what kind of animations I make, and we're about to make one today. I'm gonna get these on the other side. We don't need this right now. We'll need it later. I just saw the catching the sunset thing in your shorts. No way you did that. That's awesome. What did you think of it? I'm trying to do like these funny little silly shorts about Bob. This is a series I'm working on. It's about Bob, who's not very bright. This is the software I'm using to edit my videos as well. Let me start a new session of it as well. And then we're gonna go work on the scripts. I need to figure out if I need to change my camera position as well. So yeah, today we're gonna work on the next short. There we go. We're gonna call this Bob Goes to Mars. I already have a idea for today's short. I wrote last night. I wrote a couple of ideas about it. I have to write the script and record as well. So we'll do that as well. Yo, my favorite YouTuber is live. No way, my favorite commentator is live. I mean, is here. This is awesome. All right. So let's deal with the with the script first. Let me pull this here. I'll go over here. And we'll go over to script. So this is the notes that I wrote down, and I'm gonna make a script out of this. Hold on a minute. Give me a second. All right, there we go. Yes, Marlet, you are the only one. But you are very important because you are the only one. When I'm gonna be big, I won't forget about you. I will remember you, Marlet, who was once the only one. Okay, so let's do the script. Let me actually turn this up a little bit. All right. So what do we have? We have this idea, right? Bob goes to the moon. Bob thinks that the moon is made of cheese, and I wrote down here when Bob was a kid, he watched cartoons and he got the idea that moon is made of cheese. People laugh about him, but didn't think much of it since he was just a kid. But he kept on believing because he really loves cheese, right? He did promise to himself he's going to be the first one to taste the moon, and that made him, study and all that. And he got to the moon, and then he says that I think this side is expired. So this is the idea of the video. Marlet, I think you need to maybe restart the stream because you are very behind. Wait, where did I... Okay, there you go. That's fine. All right, so this is the script. Now I actually have to write it all up. I am going to do something different today, which is I'm going to record my voice for today's short. We'll see how that one goes. So let's start writing a quick script here. Let me make sure I have the chat open in here as well. Why is this not independent though? Computer? What is going on? Computer? All right. So how should we start this? Let's see. Should we start with This Is Bob, just like we did with the Sunset one? 。 Yeah, we can do this. This is Bob. This can be like a signature thing. We can start all the short videos with this is Bob. This is Bob. Ever since he was a kid. Wait, what did I? Yeah, there we go. Ever since he was a kid. Now let's do a little bit of a backstory, right? We'll say we will say this Bob when he was a kid he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese. And it really stuck with him. Everyone laughed. I'm trying to combine these ideas I wrote down and like, you know, make a proper script out of them. Everyone laughed at him, saying he's just a kid, saying kids say funny stuff. But for Bob, wait, let's do this. But for Bob, how do I phrase this? Maybe this is not good enough. Let me think. But he didn't care. How do I make him promise to himself that he's gonna be the first one to taste the moon? I guess this was supposed to say taste the moon. Everyone laughed at him saying kids say funny stuff, but he didn't care. He promised to himself. It's not going to be the final form of the video, of the script, but usually what I do is I write a general script and then I do small little tweaks to it. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Okay. I kind of want to make it more. He didn't care. No, we can say instead of this, everyone laughed at him saying kids say funny stuff, but he made a decision. He promised to himself he's going to decision. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Okay. Sounds good. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. Everyone laughed at him, saying kids say funny stuff, but he made a decision. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. I don't really like this part here, but I guess we'll change it later. Okay. Let me see. Let me think. Bob. Let's do a little bit more of a backstory, shall we? Years passed, and how do we say this? While, I guess, and while other kids dreamed of, I don't know, being how do we spell athletes? How do I spell athletes? At ATHLETS. Athletes. Oh my god, okay. Athletes, or I don't know, movie stars. There we go. Athletes or movie stars. Wow, cartoons in the real world. Yeah. How do I say this? He studied. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being athletes or movie stars, he studied. What do astronauts study? I guess he studied astronomy. I don't know. Astronomy and engineering, I guess. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. There you go, an astronaut. He was getting closer to his he was getting closer to his dream. Years passed after decades. Let me see. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being athletes, movie stars, we can put in another example here. Movie stars or going to parties. He studied astronomy and engineering. There you go. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. After decades, he finally gets a seat in a rocket to moon. There we go. I usually try to keep how many words are this? Character text checker. How many characters is this? Characters with space is 587. I try to make these around 1000 characters, so I need to we need to add more. After decades, he finally gets a seat in a rocket to moon. Okay. I wonder if this is updating actually live. Oh, okay. Hold on. Where's my chat? Where did it go? There you go. Okay. We need to build up a little bit now to the moment where he lands on the moon and he takes a bite, pretty much, and says, I think this side is expired. Um, After decades, he finally got a seat in a rocket to moon. You can say something about his viewing experience while he was in there and the rocket. As he approached. That's awesome, Bartlett. That's awesome. I'm happy you're still here. As he approached it, what do we say here? Looking. As he approached it, looking on the rocket window, the moon, the craters on the moon started looking more and more like what is it? What's the cheese with the holes in it called? Cheese with holes. What is it called? The Swiss cheese in North America. Or like Swiss cheese. Okay, we'll say Swiss cheese. More and more like Swiss cheese. There we go. Okay, when he finally landed on the moon, he knelt down. Let's say picked up a rock and took a bite out of it. I think. I don't know. Maybe just say took a bite and took a bite. Okay. How do we do the ending? When he finally landed on the moon, he knelt down, picked up a rock, and took a bite. He freezes for a second. How many characters do we have right now? Okay, this is perfect. So now we just do the ending. He freezes for a second. When a sudden realization hits him, he looks at the earth and says, I think this side is expired. There we go. This is the script. Oh, we gotta read it again. Let's see. Let's move these here. So the script goes, this is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. So this is our hook, pretty much. Everyone laughed at him, saying kids say funny stuff, but he made a decision. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being athletes, movie stars, or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. Why is it so hard to pronounce astronaut? Astronaut. How do you pronounce this? He was getting closer to his dream. After decades, he finally got... Oh, wait, what did I do? What did I do? Come back. There we go. After decades, he finally got a seat in a rocket to moon. I see you spamming the emojis, Marlet. I see you. I see you. Why can I not make this any smaller? Okay, whatever. It's fine. After decades, he finally got a seat in a rocket to moon. As he approached it, looking on the rocket window, looking out the rocket window, the craters on the moon started looking more and more like Swiss cheese. Like a Swiss cheese. Or like Swiss cheese. There you go. When he finally landed on the moon, he knelt down, picked up a rock and took a bite. He freezes for a second when a sudden realization hits him. It looks at the Earth and says, I think this site is expired. Okay, this is not bad. I don't think this is bad. Let's see how many words this is. This is 921 characters. That's good. Reading time 42 seconds. I'll probably be a little faster than that. That's good. I usually aim for 1,000 words. I think that's a good amount. All right. Now this is the boring part, I know. This is the boring part of creating these videos. But after this, we get to do the actual animations. Hold on a minute. Did I make the post? I did. Okay, cool. All right. This script is not bad at all. The next thing we gotta do is actually record myself reading this. Hold on a minute. I will be doing that in a second. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. We don't need Roblox right now. We'll go over the script one more time and then we'll record it. Okay. I think you need to skip the animation, not gonna lie. What do you mean? Animation is cool. I know what you mean. You just want to play Roblox, isn't it? You just want to play games on Roblox. Alright, let's just have a look at this. Can I make it better by somehow? This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. I kind of want to redo this part here. I don't really like this one. Instead of everyone laughed, maybe we say, let's say it differently. People laugh, and the people laughed and said, this sounds better. Kids say the funniest things. There we go. Like no one believed him. And then we say, but Bob was serious. There we go. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. You're almost sleeping? Oh no, Marlet. Oh no. Hey, if I can help you sleep better, I'm all for it. Years passed and while other kids dreamed of being athletes, movie stars, or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. After decades, you know what we can say? Decades later. This sounds better. Decades later. I don't like this. He finally got a seat in a rocket on the moon. Decades later. We can say Bob again. Bob finally earned a seat on a mission. There you go. On a mission to moon. This is better. As he approached it, as the rocket approached it, maybe as the rocket approached it, looking out the window, we can just say that, looking out the window. The creators then start looking more and more. You know, the closer he got, the more moon's craters look like Swiss cheese. There we go. You gotta charge before you sleep? Wait, you gotta charge your phone, or you have to charge yourself? Are you a phone, Marlet? Are you an alien? What's going on here? Are you a robot? Okay. When he finally landed on the moon, he knelt down, picked up a rock, and took a bite. We can build a little bit more suspense here. We can say this was when he finally landed on the moon. He felt like this was it. The moment he waited for, how do I say this? Oh no, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. Okay, this sounds good. He froze for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. He froze in confusion. There we go. This is better because now I can actually animate the confused face. Okay, this is better. How many characters we have? Okay. Okay, this is good, I think. So the script goes, this is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being athletes, movie stars, or we can do of being movie stars. Being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, maybe, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's craters looked like Swiss cheese. This is going to be hard to say. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got... I don't like this. The closer he got, the more moon's craters looked like... The closer he got... the more moon's craters looked like Swiss cheese. Okay, actually this is fine. Looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. This was it. There's gonna be a pause here. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. There we go. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. There we go. Perfect. All right. The script has been done. I repeat, the script has been done. We can now get to recording this, and then we go... animate it. But before, I really need to go to the bathroom and get something to drink. So I will be right back. Alright, there we go. No, Marlet, this is not my first time streaming. I'm also streaming on Twitch as well, but I stream on Twitch. I stream when I play games. On YouTube, it's only gonna be me making these animations. When I go to sleep, I'm gonna let you know. All right, Marlet, okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on. All right. Hey, thank you for being here, Marlet, okay? Have a great sleep. And thank you for watching. Yeah. I'll post the short tonight and you'll see it tomorrow. Okay. Now that I got some food in me, I can actually go on. So what I'm gonna do is right. What I need to do now is to record the audio. Which is probably going to be a hassle. Right, cool. Let's see. I'm gonna use OBS, I guess. Is this gonna change my stuff here? Record H265. Yo, Zuka! How's it going, dude? Boy, be your best you get your ass to the moon. How's it going, Bazooka? Yeah, I've decided to actually stream, you know, the whole process of me making these animations. Now, this channel, though, considering the audience, is going to be very different than what's happening on Twitch, as you would imagine. But yeah. What I was doing right now is I was working on the script. This is some notes that I made yesterday. I don't know if I showed you the channel. Good morning, man. Good morning. Well, it's 5 p.m. here, but I guess good morning. What I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to. I feel like everybody has been, you know, all these channels that are making animations like this. They're all, you know, they all have the same angle of trying to make like educational videos. I'm trying to go down the comedy, you know, route. So I'm trying to, you know, do these silly ideas. Like for instance, one of the videos I made when they actually started blowing up, because I finally got a video to do like 2.7 million views, I think, and one was like 1.6 or something like that. So two of the videos have blown up, and like a couple of them have like 200k. And one of the ideas was I came up with this idea of Bob, right? This is the character Bob, that he's a little silly. So one day Bob at work, he read on the stack of paper, you know, that the packaging of the paper, the printer paper, that it's high on fiber. So he started eating, because he wanted to eat healthier. He started eating the paper. That is silly, right? And there's a punchline as well at the end where a doctor tells him that that's not what it means, and he asks if cardboard is still on the table. So I'm trying to do stuff like that, right? There's another video about Bob trying to catch if the fridge light actually turns off, and when he finds out, he thinks that the fridge must have known that he's watching, stuff like that. And right, so today's video is going to be about Bob, who thinks that the moon is made of cheese, and he dedicates his life he dedicates his life to you know, learning, studying, and all and whatnot, to become an astronaut. I don't know why I'm having issues pronouncing astronaut. And when he gets there and he eats from the moon, he takes a bite. He says that the side must be expired. So Bob's. I mean, you said it, Bazooka. You said it, man. Hey, I'm not that. You know, let's just say that Bob is an inspiration I took from real life. Okay. I'll just leave it there. And that has nothing to do with you. Let me eat this beautiful... Dude, my wife made... let me see how you call this in English. Oh my fucking lord. No. Okay, I need to specify the cake. That is actually the name of the cake. I don't know if you catch what popped up on the screen. Oh my god. Dude, how do you... Okay. Do I have to ask an AI? How do you say this in English? Oh, chocolate brownie. There you go. Yeah, I'm eating chocolate brownie. Okay. That was funny. Because the name in Romania, the Romanian name translated to English is not good. Not good. This is so good, dude. It's crazy. My daughter is a huge Roblox fan. She'll think it's amazing that I know a Roblox creator. Oh my god. You know what, Bazooka? There's actually a lot of great games on Roblox. There's actually really good Roblox games. And if I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this whole brain rot movement, I don't think it's necessarily, you know, a sign of society being less intellectual. It's more, I think it's more of a sign that there's not as many interesting kids-oriented IPs anymore. The last big one was Pokemon, and that's it. And that is old as hell right now. You know? All right. Here comes the tricky part. I'm gonna stop the music. I need to record this now with my own voice. We'll see how this one goes. All right. Let's see. So I've got this here. Let's see. This is gonna take a while. I guess I am going to be using OBS to record as well. There we go. Well, this is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, "Kids say the funniest things," but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties. See, this is the problem. The problem is trying to actually be, what do you call it? Expressive is the hard part whenever you're trying to record something like this. Okay, and it's so hot in here, man. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. Oh my god, why am I having such issues pronouncing astronaut or astronaut? He became an astronaut. Is this how you say astronaut? How do you say astronaut, man? Okay, can I text to speech? Come on. Bro, sometimes Google works so good and sometimes it just doesn't. Google Translate.
Astronaut.
Astronaut. Oh my god. Okay, so I have the punchline for you. He makes it to the moon. It is cheese, but it turns out he's lactose intolerant. You know what? That might be actually better. But I don't know how to animate that. I'm gonna be honest with you. This one's a lot easier. Lactose intolerant. Oh god, that is actually funny. Maybe I'll keep that idea for something else though. All right, astronaut. I'm trying to think. It might be a little bit too complicated. I mean, not necessarily too complicated, but when he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. He picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, but that would mean I'd have to completely change the hmm. The thing is, this one shows you that not only that, he didn't realize that he was being silly, um, he blamed it on something else. That's the formula, at least, that I've applied to the other videos. We'll keep it like this, though. Lactose intolerant. Poor Bob. Astronaut.
Astronaut.
Oh shit, I'm still recording this. I'm gonna have a lot of stuff to delete. All right. Um, let's do the whole passage again. Let me stop this. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Astronaut. What is wrong with me? Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got. Oh my god, why is this so hard to read? The closer he got, the more Moon's craters looked like Swiss cheese. Paste the Google voice. uh, wait, what is it? He became an
Astronaut.
Bob always dreamed to be an
Astronaut.
Why was this slower? Astronaut. Okay. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think this side is expired. Let's see what we can do here with what I have. This is pretty scuffed, not gonna lie. So we go into DaVinci. This is what I use to edit everything. It's DaVinci Resolve. I can edit it for you so every time you say it. Astronaut gets slower. Astronaut. Astronaut. You could make a song out of it. This is gonna take me forever to finish this video. Astronaut. This is okay. You know what? I started making these. I came up with this idea of making these live streams because I thought I would better concentrate. I don't know about that. Oh Lord! All I have in my mind is astronaut. Oh wait, this is not the original one. What do you think of the audio, Bazooka? I spent today 3 hours messing with my microphone settings again. I feel like it's the sound on YouTube is different than the sound on Twitch for some reason. No, that's fine, Bazooka. That's fine. That's fine, dude. That is totally fine. This is actually good. It doesn't matter how long it's gonna take me. I was supposed to post it in like 3 hours, but I started very late today, so it's fine. If anything, it's my fault. You're coming through loud and clear. Is it too? It's not distorted though, right? They probably use different processing. Yeah. I spent a lot today messing with this. I don't understand how other people, for instance, I was talking to someone else today who was using a headset microphone, the same headset microphone from my headset, and the sound was so good. Some people just have to plug in and play, plug and play their devices. and they get good audio quality. Where I've had bad luck with it, man. I just can't. I don't know. I don't see it there. My audio, I don't see it there. It's probably my voice though, more than anything. I feel like it's either that or there's something faulty with my computer, maybe my motherboard or some shit. I don't know, but I'm kind of happy with where I got it today. I'm kind of happy with the quality of it today. The biggest thing was the S's were very rough, so I did some sibilance editing um, in OBS. Okay. Right. Let's do the audio. Before we go, let's put in the resolution. We change it to vertical resolution. All right. Oh wait, you don't have a sound for this. I just realized that. Let me actually add one real quick. Let's add an AAC. We'll call it Da Vinci. Because I took out my desktop sounds. What is it? Resolve. There you go. This is Bob. Okay, there you go. Awesome. I think it's way too loud though. Let's do a -5 on it. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved maybe even more. Something like that. It's the backend compression. YouTube and Twitch handle live audio differently due to their technical backend and compression methods. Oh yeah, YouTube generally supports higher audio bitrate up to 256. Okay, it's the same with video quality as well, with video encoders as well. On YouTube, as you can see, I can stream in 1440p, and it allows you to allocate a much higher bitrate. I can do a maximum of 51,000 bitrate kilobytes per second, whereas on Twitch the maximum is 8,000. So it's a massive, massive difference. Now you could do more on Twitch for 1440p streams, but they just recently added that, and that's not available to everyone. Also on YouTube, you can use the newest encoders for AMD, whereas on Twitch I can't. I have to use an old one. On YouTube, I can use H.265, whereas on Twitch I'm limited to H.264. Yeah. For bandwidth, yeah. Lower bit rates will sound distorted. Give yourself a template so you don't have to set up every time. What you talking about? Template for what? Oh, for the EQ I made? Yeah. I have it, yeah. I have to take screenshots and stuff, but I kind of understand the process now. There we go. Well, this is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. Why is this lower though? See, I feel like when he was a kid, he loved watching oh no, this is good, cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. I need to do EQ in here. This is the hardest thing. This is what I was worried about. I need to EQ this voice. I mean, for live streaming is fine, but for a recording is not fine. And I don't know if I want to pitch it or anything like that. I kind of want to leave my voice.
Years passed and while other kids dreamed of being oh my god. Years passed and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties.
No. See, this is the problem. The problem is we're not going to pitch it. We're going to have to record it again. And then we'll miss with some EQ. Passed and while I know you can do a lot in here. The problem is I don't know how to do all of this stuff. I will probably use Google AI though. It's really good. Google AI is really good for it. Like whenever I just have to describe whatever I want to do, and it's pretty good at helping me. and explaining what to do. Um. Oh, and I also have you. Wait, you're a sound engineer as well, isn't it? You're like a little master of sound. Once you get it all set, save a blank one, then you just open the item one. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, like making your vid vertical. I don't know if you can do that, but that's fine though because I need to do long form as well. That's fine. It's just a couple of buttons. Human speech and vocals primarily reside between 80 hertz and 15 kilohertz. Oh yeah, yeah. This let me show you the EQ I made today. If you sweep a resonant peak, you can find the sweet spot to boost your voice. I have no clue what you just said, Bazooka. I do not know. Did you? What was that? Was there a spell? Did you cast a spell? This is what I have for my voice, and it works quite good. What I did is I did this here for my S's, so it cuts down quite a lot. It's a 20 decibels threshold. Um, I boosted this a little bit to make my voice a little thicker, to sound more like more like it would be in reality, and boosted the highs a little bit for a little more air. Let me see if I can find an example. Okay. In the meantime, I will record this because I don't like it. Let me just delete this, and we'll go again, and then we'll see what I have to do as a for EQ. I feel like if I don't speak loud in my microphone, it sounds better. I don't know how to deal with that. You can make the queue wide or narrow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is good. Oh, there you go. All right, let me give this another go. This is oh my god, this is cringe. This is very cringe. I'm not a voice actor, man. There we go. This is Bob. Let me actually put some distance. Might be better. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, "Kids say the funniest things." But Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. Oh my god! Astronaut. It's an ass with a knot. Astronaut. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the Moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the he looks at the earth and says, "I think this side is expired." He looks at the earth and says, "I think this side is expired." There you go. I think not too shabby. Not too shabby, I hope. We'll just do this one. Uh, Now, oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Geared towards recording audio type things instead of singing. Wait, oh, you sent me something. Oh no. What you talking about? I'm confused, Bazooka. There we go. This is Bob. Let me actually distance might be better. You know what? I'm kind of happy with the quality of the sound now. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese. Distance might be better. Oh yeah, I didn't see anything. Send to my Discord. Yeah. This is Bob. This is Bob. This is Bob. Sounds fine to me, dude. Yeah, most of the times it's just in my head. I know. Let me see. How do you use EQ in voiceover? All right. Let's see. What is this?
Well, hey there, everybody. Welcome to my booth. My name's Jay, and
Why did YouTube just notified me of myself making a post on my YouTube? Well, thank God YouTube told me that I made a post myself.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome to my booth. My name's Jay, and today we are going to run through EQ, equalizers, how you can
Oh
use
God,
them
this
on
is
your
24
voiceover
minutes.
production open here, but all the things that I'm going to talk about and cover will apply to any.
Okay, this is something that I'm gonna have to look some other time. We'll have to deal with it as it is, I think. I'll try to put the script together, and then we'll see how it goes. This is wild, man, because I've been live already for how long? 1 hour and a half, and I didn't finish the script, and then the animation is what takes hours and hours, hours and hours, man. I'm telling you, this is rough. Anyway, when he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. So I need to work on my pronunciation a lot. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. A kid, he loved watching cartoons. I think my mic was picking up some my chair or something. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of. I will speed it up a little bit, I think. Let me see it out first. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he. This is Bob. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. Sounds just fine. Yeah. I think I'm having a problem more with my pronunciation and the way I read. Like whenever I read the text, in my mind is totally different than what it actually sounds like. Like listen to it, I'm so much slower. We'll see how I can fix it by speeding it up a little bit. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got. Okay. That's where he got the idea that is made of cheese. And that will always happen. Yeah. That's where he got the idea. Assume it just gets better by with experience and shit. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. And it really stuck. And it really stuck with. What is this artifact here? And it really, and it really, okay. And it really stuck with him. It really stuck with him. Like what? I feel like it really stuck with him. I think I need to. Is there a way of normalizing the audio? This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. Where he got the idea that. Okay, this is a little too fast. Hold on a minute. He loved watching cartoons. That's where he got watching cartoons. Watching cartoons. Took me so long to say that. Tunes. Okay, we can chop this down. Oh wait. Okay. Tunes. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. Okay. People laughed and said, he'd say the funniest things. Said, oh god. He'd say the funniest thing. It's actually, oh, where's my song? Where did my song go? Say the funniest things. You know what? Actually, I need to actually listen to it. Unfortunately, no music. Kids say the funniest things. The funniest things. Things. Bob. Okay. But Bob was serious. To himself, he see the audio is not how do I say this, constant. I think it's because of the gates though. It might be because of the compressor and the expander. He promised to himself. He promised to like here you can barely hear that there's the he promised to himself. He promised to him. He what is this? He promised to him. He promised to himself. Huh. Let's record it again. He promised to himself. Let me see. Oh god. Okay. He promised. Yeah, see? It just doesn't pick up the whole. He promised to himself. He I think what's happening here, it is going to cut anything about or below its threshold. Let me show you what I have here. So you and filters. So first of all, I have a noise suppression. Let's turn that off for the time being. Actually, no. Not usually put a gate on it. Normally use a gate on the output stage to prevent clipping that you have recorded unintentionally. I do have the sticks here. I assume this is right. Ratio of 3.5. The threshold, I tried to do it a little less than my like room, static noise and stuff. Maybe it's the attack that's too slow. If you don't have an obvious noise, the thing is, I use the expander, so in an attempt of trying to cut my my keyboard noises and my click noises, my mouse noise. That's the reason why I have the expander in here. Because otherwise, they don't get picked up when I don't speak, but they do get picked up when I speak. And especially it picks up I think that's more important. It picks up the air in between words. Whenever I finish a word, like a sentence, and I say, I grasp air, it picks up that. The low threshold will cut room noise, but you probably don't need an upper level one if you're not redlining your level. You can cut room air with EQ. Like, see, I'm talking about the air we do whenever you start, you know, another sentence. Like, if I turn this off, I'm talking about this gasp. I'm not necessarily bothered about the keyboard, or those usually get cut by the noise suppression. It's when I speak, that's when you also hear them. The noise suppression is very good at canceling constant noises. How do I do that then? It's easier to just delete those. Okay, actually, you're right. What about live streaming then? That's, I mean, you'd need an EQ for that, I guess. Yeah. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Maybe you can help me one of these days to actually EQ the air out of in the keyboard, so I don't use an expander. Although when I live stream, this is not as annoying, I guess, as it is when you're trying to actually record a voiceover. Nobody knows. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's try it without an expander then. You're right. That's actually right. I mean, I notice it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I notice it, and they're very noticeable, actually. But it's nobody notices the cut off of the words though. With the expander on. Here goes again. Nah. Like, listen, look. Let me show you this. You tell me you don't hear this. Hold on. The first time when I came back to streaming, the first stream I did 8 days ago. I did with no I don't think I had any filters whatsoever. It was just my raw microphone. I think only the noise suppression, and you can really hear those. It's placed. Hello. Is it okay now? No, it's still fucked up. Fine, hold on a minute, boys. Let me restart the game. I don't know what the fuck is going on. The S's are very rough, but that's another thing. Everything was fine when I tested earlier today, and now everything's fucked up. That sums up my life in a couple of words. I kind of, this is the deal, dude. Every time I go back after I spend a lot of time and I EQ my microphone, whatever, and then I go back to listen to something that I did earlier, I always think that the earlier version sounded better. Even though I get to the conclusion that I like how it sounds now, when I go and listen back, it sounds like now I kind of like what it sounds like. The clarity of the voice and the boost of the voice, right? The thickness of it. All right. I mean, if you have your gamer devs, epic and private. All right. I know. Hey, once you get cursed by the Dinrin. Yeah. I can't even hear it now, but I swear to God, I've heard it before. Wisdom. This is crazy. Well, never mind. Like I'm going crazy. Okay, cool. All right. I don't know about these. I'll just put them. The sound in here does sound a little cracked, which is something that I think I addressed today. Anyway, I'll have a look at this myself. Let me record this without the compressor on. I mean expander. Where's my script? Hello, script. Scripts. There we go. All right, here we go again. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, "Kids say the funniest things," but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being... My eyes just... Years passed. Okay, maybe this is... There you go. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, "I think this side is expired." Sir Bazooka, Mr. Sir. What you talking about, sir? I didn't record. No, I forgot to push the record button. Sir. Sir Bazooka. Oh, this is gonna take forever, man. This is not happening today. Alright, here we go again. I need to be a little bit more expressive as well. This is my job application for being a voice actor. Let's go. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, "Kids say the funniest things," but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to the... Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on... You have to do a bloopers reel. Yeah, I know, but I can't do that. I know. I'm trying, but there's a limit. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, "I think this side is expired." Type it in that way and you'll read it that way. Actually, that's good. Yeah. I see what you mean. I'll do that for the next ones, yeah. That's why I do punctuation in here. That's why I actually did punctuation, proper punctuation, because the commas and the dots help me, realize the way I need to read it, like when an idea finishes. I think this is going to be good enough. Let's see. Here we go again. Oh shit. Here we go again. That is actually a good idea. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me refresh this. Right. There we go. All right, here we go again. This is my job application for being a voice actor. Let's go. The problem without the expander is The voice doesn't sound as deep or as thick, although I don't think that's got anything to do with it. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things. Am I crazy? I don't know what that is. I might be crazy. He loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea. This is my job up. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. And it's louder, no? That's where he got the idea that the... No, it's exactly the same. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon... Yep, no, it's just in my mind. That is the exact same volume and everything. All right. This is my I need to be a little bit more expressive voice actor. This is Bob. Okay. This is Bob. This is Bob. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he cartoons. Okay. These mouth noises and air noises are so small that I can't even see them in here. I mean, look at how small they are. Okay. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People stuck with him. People. This is much better. You're right, Bazooka. This is miles better without the expander. People laughed and said, "Kids say the funniest things." But Bob was serious. He promised to himself. This is probably what I swallowed. He promised. That's fine though. There's gonna be music on background as well, so a lot of these small inconsistencies you probably won't hear them. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed. Years passed and the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to the... I think the S's are still a little too sharp, so I might have to EQ that. Stars or going to the... Fuck. Years passed. Okay. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Okay. Eventually, dude, the sounds I make with my mouth. That's. Let me actually get this back end for live streaming. There you go. Eventually, after years of... This is like I'm listening to an ASMR stream. Eventually, hold on. Who is this guy? And again, YouTube sent me a notification telling me that I made a post. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you. Let me drink some. Let me get a sip of tea. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting... After years of work, he became an astronaut. He became an out of work. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting close. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on.
All right. Hold on. We went off the script. We went off the script.
Yeah, I know, but I can't do that. I know. I'm trying, but there's a limit.
What I do like about not having an expander is the consistency of the voice. Not hearing those gates, come in and close, open and close. It's so good.
I know, but I can't do.
I feel like this is too loud though. It's not distorted, it's just too loud. But I guess a viewer can lower the volumes. That's good. I would like to add a little bit more thickness to the voice though.
I'm trying, but there's a limit.
It sounds a little too pointy, too harsh.
Decades later.
Okay, there we go again.
Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like the moon. He felt like this was it. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life.
Okay.
That's it. This was it. The moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock.
Okay, this is a little. I need more of a break here.
His whole life. So he picked up a rock his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite.
Okay.
He froze in a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says,
What does he say?
I think the site is expired.
Oh god.
I think the site is expired.
I think the site is expired.
Type it in that way and you'll read it that.
No, that's off script. Okay. Not bad. Not too bad. How long is it though? That's a little too long. So now we gotta get this more like 40 seconds. See, this is where me talking too slow becomes an issue. But we can speed it up though. Let's give it a listen. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. Man, hearing myself trying to voice act, I mean, I think calling this voice act is a little disrespectful to the actual voice actors, but trying to do this, let's just call it this. There's something inside me that says, that I don't know, I don't know how to word this. There's something inside me that doesn't sit right.
But it's not that bad though. I'm quite content with it. I'm quite content with it. Yeah, yeah. There's a point with of diminishing returns, and you have to. Yeah. You're right. Actually, I didn't think about that consciously, but you're right. I've been there multiple times, and I didn't realize that's what's happening. Yeah, that is well said. That is very well said. God damn. Okay. Bazooka spitting facts. My aunt lives across the street from one of the voice actors from Dragon Ball Z. No way, dude. She's actually super cool. That's awesome. What a thing. what a thing, isn't it? That's just the world is actually small, man. The world is actually small. All right. Let me see how this sounds if I spit it up. I feel like if I do this, it might not be that good. Let's try a 20%. Yeah, it's what if I do a compound clip and then I speed this one up to 120%. Did it cut it out? And hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. This is good. The length is good. She has to use a fake name because the fans are crazy. No way. Are there still a lot of diehard fans of Dragon Ball Z? Like to the point where people would, recognize the name? I feel like that's such a boomer thing, isn't it? Like nowadays, do people still know who a voice actor is? That's insane. If that's the case, that's awesome. But I find it hard to imagine, Yes. That's so cool, man. That is so cool. I mean, I guess with cartoons like that, there's you don't have an actor that's gonna be the most popular, figure in the whole production because it's a cartoon, right? So you have probably the editor, I mean the creator, whatever the name is, and voice actors. That's the most famous positions. Dude, anime weebs. I fucking okay, I see. Okay. You do have a point. They fall in love with a character and then they just conflate the actor with the character. Yeah. I mean, people do the same with actors as well, isn't it? People do the same with actors as well. That's why I feel like that's why whenever as an actor, whenever you land a really good role and you nail it so well, and it explodes out in the world, people all will always know you as the person. You will know you the person as that role, and it's gonna be very very hard to play anything else because people will always come back to that role and they'll always compare you to that and they'll always put you in that box. And I've seen actors exactly the same. Yeah, I've seen actors talking about this where it's so hard for them to branch out to other roles. It's not that they can't do it or it's not successful, but it's a big thing. I've heard a lot of people that play evil characters catch shit for it in public. That is wild. That is so wild, dude. That is wild. All right. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this today, and I kind of have to upload today. Well, we'll see how it goes. If not, I'll just finish it tomorrow. It is what it is. What it is, man. That's what the what was the name of the guy, the character in Path of Exile yesterday? Ramanja, I think. That is what Ramanja did. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching. Let me listen to this. Let me listen to this, and maybe we'll have to add a little pauses. This is Bob. When
This is a little too fast here.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He
No, this doesn't sound that bad.
promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste.
There's a couple of, I think, me not being consistent, there's a couple of bits where it sounds distorted though.
The moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer.
It's either that or it's, let me see, hold on. Let me change clip attributes to mono. And then we change the track to mono as well.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think this side is expired.
No, it sounds fine. Yeah, it does. I'm on the right. It does.
This is Bob. When he was a kid.
This is a little too fast though. I'm gonna add a pause here.
Bob. When he was a This is Bob. When he was a kid.
There you go. But I'll do this.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he
Okay, perfect. This is good. This is fine. For my first try, this is fine. What I need to do is I need to be consistent with my speed when I say a text, because now there's different bits where I speak a little faster, and there's gonna be inconsistencies when I speed it up, but it's good. Yeah. Perfect is the enemy of good. It's fine to just be good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And we're gonna add music on top of this as well. So a lot of this is gonna be fine. Let's actually do a quick test. Let me add a song. Let's say we do this one. By the way, dude, I need to tell you this. I've been listening to this song for a while. I know this song because I've noticed it in other what do you call it, like shorts like this, right? And then I never listened to I never heard actually the lyrics. It does have a couple of lyrics. Let me show you. And I feel like the lyrics, well, more like before my videos actually blew up, but even right now, I resonate with the lyrics so much. It's insane. Let me see. There you go. Let me put it up on the screen. Here's the lyrics right here. They just need a little adaptation. This pretty much sums up my YouTube journey so far with this channel.
I don't know what to do, I don't know what to say. My mind is killing me, these numbers aren't going straight up. Maybe if I talk about some things I don't really want to talk about, I'll make some money and I'll go on tour, so I don't have to go to school anymore.
Work.
Things just really aren't that bad. I got a nice mom and I got a cool dad. I just stay in my room too long, but
Bro, this is so accurate. Like, this is so accurate. It's insane. This is extremely accurate. I can make you original music like this all day long. Please do, man. Listen, I will pay you in brownies. There you go. That's all I can do right now. But I'm gonna get to a point when I will use actual money. This song is very catchy to me. I like this song a lot. And it fits a lot with multiple like sentiments I wanna have in my videos, for instance. I kind of need the neutral songs, to be honest, that I can use in all kinds of videos. And then I have a looped version of this, pretty much. So let me let's try to play it a little bit. Let me lower this to like -10 maybe.
Oh, this is Bob.
That's a bit too much.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things. But Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon.
Okay.
He felt like this was it. The moment he...
Wait, didn't I put the looped version in here? This one's got lyrics. There we go.
This is Bob.
It is actually very hard finding music that I'm not gonna get copyright striked for it. Let's do -5.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things. But Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and...
Not bad, not bad. Oh yeah, no, I don't want singing, nah. I don't need singing now. Because I already have voiceovers, so it's not gonna... Singing is only gonna make it worse. What do you think of it? This sounds good, right?
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching...
Dude, I don't know, but I don't know what's wrong with me, but I keep seeing these little things that never matter, but I just can't, man. It's gotta be perfect.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
I think there's some distortion. Let me export this. I think there's some distortion, but I think it's just my DaVinci Resolve who sometimes just audio one. Sometimes just it's not very friendly. Let's do an MP3. There we go. Let me render this and play it out. Dynamic EQ, where it's going to make space in the music for frequency of the voice. Okay, how does that work? Let's see how to make dynamic EQ. Did you say EQ? DaVinci Resolve. Specific frequency based on volume can be achieved in DaVinci Resolve using 3 main methods. Using native plugins like multi-band compressor or sidechain EQ, using the real-time automation recorder, or by using a VST plugin like TDR Nova. Wait, you can get TDR Nova and DaVinci Resolve as well? That's what I use in my OBS. Hold on, let's test this out. By the way, what do you think of my background wallpaper? Isn't it cool? I have a folder with these. These have unfortunately been made for widescreens though. Let me see where I have them. Pixel art. Where did I put them? Content stuff. No. Hey, where's all of it? Oh, there you go. So this is the full picture. This is what it actually looks like. But because I don't have a widescreen, you don't see the whole thing. But it actually looks cool. I love pixel art. If it loads VST, then you can do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Apparently it does. Yeah. Let me see if there's... Let me actually ask. I don't like using AI too much, but Google AI Studio is actually very good for stuff like this. It's been helping me EQ my voice, and it's done a good job, I would say. I use it for stuff like this. How can I do dynamic EQ in DaVinci Resolve? Let's see what it says. Oxengo has a lot of free mastering, mixing VSTs that are useful. Okay. There isn't a single button labeled dynamic IQ. However, you can achieve the same results using or a third-party VST. You can. The problem is I don't have the paid version of DaVinci. This is like $200, and it's a lifetime purchase, and it gives you access to all the features of the studio, which are a lot. This as a free software has already access to a lot of stuff. Like there's a couple of effects that there's a few limitations I've actually reached to, and those were like optional, not mandatory. And the whole Fusion thing, which is the engine of the editing software, which you can use to make a lot of advanced stuff, like really Hollywood level stuff. This is all free for the most part. It's awesome, dude. It's awesome. This is a professional grade. This is as good as Adobe Premiere. It's as good as it is, as that. Oh my God, English. Hold on, before we go on, let me actually listen to this. See, there's some distortions, but I think it's because of the speed up. See, it says he loved. Why is that happening, though? When he was a kid, he loved. He loved. Kid, he loved. He loved watching. As a kid, he loved. That doesn't sound like an issue about it being sped up. When he was a kid, he loved. Yeah, see, this is like he loved. When he was a kid, he loved. He loved. This is something that happened in my recording, actually. As a kid, he loved. Okay, that's fine though. How do I redo again? What was the redo? Control Shift Z. That's fine. Ableton Live. Oh yeah, that's only for like music, isn't it? Or sound, I would say. This is video production, this is mostly video production. This is Bob. When he was a kid. Maybe I'll just get this a little. Let's do a -5, maybe. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to... Can I do a normalize in here? Hold on. I'm not quite sure what normalize is. I do know that this exists. Let me see what it does. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while... This sounds better, but I'm not quite sure why this sounds better. Other kids dreamed of being movie. I just want to reduce these dips a little bit. Stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after... You can also sync video, but you have to already have the video files. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this is where all the video this is the video editing software, mainly. I'm gonna have to look into dynamic IQ. It seems like it's not as easy, but it does seem like it takes VSTs though. I can put in TDR Nova in here. Tab Filter Pro Q3, which apparently is the industry standard. Waves F6. These are all plugins I could technically put in preferences system plugin manager. So it would be file where exactly? Go to preferences system. DaVinci preferences system. Video plugins, audio plugins. There you go. Oh, I already have Nova as well in here available. Look at that. And then you go into Fairlight Mixer. You go to effects here, and then I can add it here. Tools. There's a lot of stuff here. EQ. Oh, there you go. Oh, VST. See, this is how you load it up. TDR Nova. There you go. And now I have the interface. So I can do, this is actually, it actually saved my profile as well. This is what I have on OBS actually. This is sick, man. This is sick. Okay. Let me actually make it. I have something called Milanote. Let me show you. This is so cool. Milanote is like an organizer. You can do a lot of stuff. You can have these boards, for instance. You can name, you open it up, and then you can do to-do lists, right? You can have tasks here. You can mark. I don't know. You can do a lot of stuff. You can put in photos in here. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it to like organize stuff. You can do tables as well. Images. You can draw. You can say something like, there we go. Love bazooka. There we go. See, you can do a lot of stuff. This is actually cool, and it's also smoothing it out actually for you. That's awesome. So what I'm gonna do. This is awesome. This is a cool free little thing. Let me do audio stuff to do. Actually, we'll do a board and we'll call this audio. So I need to look into this. Hold on. Where is that video you sent me? There we go. There we go. So we can have this video and then dynamic EQ. Okay, so I don't forget about this. Okay, awesome. All right, man. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, that's good to know, man. That's awesome to know. Okay. How do I delete this? Disable. I have to look into this. All right. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. My mind is killing me. These numbers aren't going straight up. Okay. Years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a... Let me do this. There we go. Let me see what this says. I need to do dynamic range compression or leveling rather than just normalization. Okay. You can apply this effect the whole clip at once. Here are the 3 best ways to do it. We go to Fairlight. All right. We go to the effects and we search for vocal leveler. Let's see. Effects. So we should find a vocal. I only have level vocal channel. I don't have a leveler. Oh, okay. So that's only a studio level feature. I can drop it. Okay, so apparently I can use the voice channel as well. But I need to let me compound these two. Is it gonna keep the okay. Awesome, cool. It baked it in. So now we can go here and apply voice channel on it. All right. Open the compressor. Okay, we don't need the equalizer. We're just gonna use the compressor. Adjust the threshold while your audio is playing. Drag the threshold slightly to the left. Watch the gain reduction meter, usually labeled GR. Gain reduction. Okay.
Tunes. That's where he got the idea
You want that meter to move only when the person is at their loudest. This pushes down the loud peak.
that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest
Hold on.
things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going.
What ratio do we have?
Tunes. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties,
I'm so confused as to how I'm supposed to be using this.
he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. He was so Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally
Okay. Hold on, let me see what the alternative is. Did I put this in? Does it not save it? Why do I not see the effects in here? Turn the knob until it sounds wrong and then turn it into the other way. Yeah, the recommendation is the gain volume here. The gain volume should be going up, should be moving only when the sound is loud. Or so I understand.
This is Bob. When he was a kid,
And the ratio between 3 to 4.
he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the
This is kind of better. Like, I'm trying to normalize the levels.
Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese.
That's good.
When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion
Yeah, no, this is good. This is good. This is good. I'm not trying to make it too quiet.
for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is
No,
expired.
no.
Second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired.
11 is fine. Awesome. There you go. Okay, let's go. That's good. Progress. Progress is being made. Oh my God, dude. All right.
Rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. Hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. I think the
Okay, we'll fade out the
looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired.
okay. Since I'm doing the audio, let's go and I have a what sound that I'm adding at the end because it's just more silly. Can't believe it took me 2 hours to actually finish the audio, man. But this is actually I've experimented. This is the first time I'm using my voice, so I was expecting this to take forever, to be honest. But getting it now means that I'll have it done, for the next videos. So I did spend a lot of time today, messing with the audio, but for the future videos, this is it's already been done, so I don't have to do this ever again.
The site is expired.
There we go.
The site is expired. It's expired.
Okay, cool. Let's give it another listen. I think it's fine.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired.
You know what? This isn't perfect. This is by far perfect. I mean, by far from being perfect, but it's good. It's good enough. Like you said, all right? Like a wise man once said, perfection is the enemy for... Oh, God. What was it? Oh, God. Wait a minute. Perfection. Perfection is the enemy of good. It's fine to just be good. Yeah, that's what a wise man once said. The more you make, the better it will get. Take what you learn to the next one. Oh yeah. It's been a journey, man. It has been a journey. My goal with these animations is to actually transition into Blender. I'm going to translate, because Blender is such a hard program. It's very overwhelming, but you can make so many cool animations in there. So the goal is to transition into animating my characters into Blender, because then I can get these animations into Roblox Studio and make these shorts way more animated. And then the next goal is to take this set of skills that I'm developing and actually apply them to proper animations, like outside of Roblox. Like try to take these outside of Roblox, or
go long form, and either, you know, I'll still do it with Roblox, but different, like properly animated stuff. Like, let me show you this. This is not your cup of tea, but just to prove, you know, what I'm trying to explain. Animations like this, Roblox noob. Although this is, I can't remember right now. I do know a couple of long form Roblox animations. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, this level of animation is insane. Like stuff like this. Like, they're highly animated. They're not necessarily high fidelity, but they're highly animated. And these are actually made in Blender. Like, it doesn't matter what the animation is about, okay? This is a totally different topic, but this is the next goal. And then Roblox animation. Let me see if I can find one of the big boys. Gibson, I think. Yeah, the next, then something like this, for instance. Look at this. This is actually sick. This is the final goal of the Roblox animations. And then I want to take these skills into, you know, outside Roblox. Loans and guns.
Is that it? Now you know what happens if you don't come back here with around 10 times what you just bought me. Your daughter will die.
Oh no.
But I believe in you. Take his car.
Well, at least he keeps on smiling. Sheesh, that's a lot of money. Oh, oh, what is that? Anyway, this is. I would assume this is really hard to pull off, though, but it is doable. It's a 2-minute animation. That's the goal. We'll see how fast we get there. One thing that I want to try to do is maybe boost my voice a little bit, like make it a little bit bigger. Let me see what this one says. So apparently I need to make the body to boost the body. Okay, let's go to Fairlight. Farlight, Fairlight, Fairlight, I guess, right? Okay. There we go. Standard EQ. There you go. Find band 2. Okay. Set the frequency to around 150 to 200. Let's do, I don't know, 180, I guess. Frequency. Slowly increase the gain. Let's see. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea. Oh no, that's the frequency though. Band to gain. Okay, so this that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut.
Okay, this is not bad.
Really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to
Okay, this is okay. This is a good start. Okay. The mud. 300 to 600. Often a voice sounds faint because it's boxy. By cutting the mud, the low end thickness, you just add sound much cleaner. Let's apparently now we go band 3. We'll do 400 to 500. Let's do 450. And lower the gain.
say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he
Okay. We need to take the sub bass out apparently now. Turn on the band one. So this is a high. What was this? A high pass filter. Let's do 80. Okay, I do remember some of these from the other EQ. This cuts out floor hum and lower. Okay.
that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later,
Okay, this actually makes the thickness stand out a little bit
himself
more.
is going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut.
Okay. So apparently it says that the secret is compression. I don't know how to nail compression though. How do I actually open that one though? Is it still there? Okay, this EQ is not bad actually. How do I open the effects that I have already here? Dun, 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 dun. In the inspector window. Vocal channel. Okay, but how do I open the interface? Oh, there we go. And this is what
He was
I
getting
did.
closer to his
No, wait. This is not good. Oh, wait. There's multiple. Wait. Oh my God. This is all of them. Okay.
watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person.
Oh, wait. I know what I did wrong. Hold on. I deleted the wrong one. I think this is 1.5 with a threshold. No, that's not the good one. This is ratio 1.52. No. 1. Why are all of them 1.5 though? Okay, hold on. I'll have to redo. That's fine. At least now I know how to do it, right?
Watching cartoons.
This was supposed to be a 3.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later.
Okay. Not bad. All right. And now I think I need to change the EQ a little bit.
Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. Really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things.
You know what? I'm happy with it. This is actually good, dude. This is awesome. Okay, audio has been done.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching
Oh,
cartoons.
God.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired.
This is not necessarily the thickness I was trying to go for, but I think I need to mess with a compressor for that to get the thickness I'm looking for. And there's still a little bit something off about it. It's not really consistent, but I think it's fine for what it is. It's fine. You're right. I need to stop at some point. I'm halfway there. Yeah. Now the hard part. This was supposed like until now. This took me like an hour with everything, like writing the script and doing the voice. But well, I wasn't doing my voice, so there you go. Now let's get into the actual animation. So we're going to be using this. We're going to be using Roblox Studio, and I've already copied all of my scripts for the camera. Usually I use twin camera. I have the Bezier into twin and then the Bezier camera. I used to spend a week on just a drum beat. Now I do it in a day. Yeah. Yeah, no, this took a lot of time because I had to set up everything and to be happy with the quality of my voice and all that. It's gonna be much easier from now on for the future videos. And actually, it's not that bad. I was afraid of using my own voice because of the pronunciation and the accent I have, but this is actually not that bad. I'll just have to tweak it to tweak it a little bit, you know, EQ a little bit more. But I'm pretty sure I can get it to a pretty good state. And if I actually get it to a decent state where I'm happy with it, I can then apply the same EQ to my live streams as well. And what's good about it is I'm going to be able to apply all of this to all the future microphones I'm going to be buying from now on as well, you know. We can finally listen to some music now. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and refill my tea mug, and then we'll start actually animating it. Only 2 hours and 40 minutes later. That's awesome. Oh my lord. All right, be right back.
also need my cup if I'm gonna put tea.
All right.
And I gotta say, I really wanna play a game right now. Oh god, I really do.
Okay. Here we go.
Reward yourself with a game break later.
That could be something I could do. Yeah, I could play a match of
Warcraft 2. That's usually taking like 15 minutes maximum, yeah.
That is not a bad idea.
All right. Let's get some of this done though. So what I usually do is I start creating my what's it called? My scenery, I guess. Not scenery, but you know, the place where the action is going to happen. Let me clean up this mess though. I don't need the script anymore.
I don't need this. I don't need this either. Let me check my mail. Okay. That's awesome.
Cool. So what do we have here? There's gonna be multiple scenes, so let's see what the first one is.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Okay.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck.
Okay, so we need to have a house, pretty much. A home. We're gonna show Bob. Let's see what we find. Home. Let's see what assets we find.
Let's see what this home looks like inside. I've used this a couple of times. Okay, we could have Bob here watching cartoons, and I could add a picture on the screen of a cartoon, I think, or like or something. Roblox is kind of strict with the images you can add for good reasons. There's another room. Okay, so what do we need to say?
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Okay.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
All right. We'll have Bob here, I guess. We don't need a Coca-Cola can. We'll have Bob here. The camera, the angle is gonna be here. I can zoom in like this, and then we switch the camera, and we show him watching here, and maybe we can catch his parents here as well. How'd you get a map of my house? Oh no, it's your house. It's because I have eyes everywhere, Bazooka. I am everywhere. I am behind you right now. I wanted to zoom in on my eyes, but my zooms don't work anymore. Remove the table. As a kid, he'd be sitting on the floor watching TV. Or we could put him here, but yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense. We can get the table. We'll keep the table like this, just to have the scene more dynamic a little bit, I guess. And I already know what kid. We'll do kid. We'll use this guy as Bob. Okay. Let me delete all of these because I don't need all the scripts. All right. We'll call him Bob. All right. Let me collapse all of this. We need to hide the name. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. Like this, you actually have to... It's like doing motion, small motion. So you go in here, you do clip editor. Oh, no, you can't. This is not a rig. Well, this is even worse. So what you need to do is do each part. So this is why this takes so long to make, because the whole process is extremely tedious. You have to take each and every part and put it in the place you want it. The platform a lot of the times doesn't actually do what you want it to do. And this stuff takes forever to make. Have him playing with a toy rocket ship, and then the one that he builds to go to the moon, he can look the same. Oh shit, that's wild. Okay, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Holy fuck. Okay. My wife does the stuff with her job. She designs the rooms and everything. Oh wait. What does she do as her job? We could have him play with a rocket. That's good. I don't know if I can. Well, actually, we can find a rocket and then scale it up. I mean, scale it down. Yeah. Hold on, we can do this. We can have him simulate like his plane with something. Yeah. Okay. I'll make him a little bigger. There we go. Okay, this I need to take the cap as well. She was a 3D designer. Oh, okay, I see. Their company closed because of AI. God damn it, dude. That is rough. I mean, I say I wanna do animations, but I'm pretty sure the whole AI market is gonna do that by itself, you know? Like there's not gonna you won't need to know Blender to make animations. But I think there's still gonna be a market for handmade animations. Which was there 20 years. Holy shit, dude. That's wild. Did the whole company close, or did they just fire everyone because they use AI now? Okay, this is good. So we can zoom in here. He's watching TV. He is facing the TV. Cartoon. Or maybe we can do moon in images. 2D assets. Maybe even cheese moon. Okay. That looks like a cookie though. Okay, hold on. I think I need to put in a surface GUI here with an image label. And for the image label, we do... Don't ask me how I know. We do image. We delete this and then we take the... This one kind of looks good. We do the asset ID, I think. No, we take the link. We put it in here. Okay. Now this... It shut their entire operation. Have him eating cheese and looking at the moon. Rocket ship on the table. Moon on the TV. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. And eating cheese because I say he likes cheese. Yeah. It shut down the entire operation. That is wild to think about how a whole 20-year-long company can be shut down just like that. That's crazy. And now it's like AI is even in... It's still in its infancy. I mean... That is crazy, dude. The thing is, you can't really be mad at AI, honestly, you know? It's just like when cars were invented. You can't get mad at cars. I know this is not the same, but you know, the core principle is kind of the same, right? It's evolution, you know? It is evolution. If you go beyond, you know, the application, the stupid ways of us using AI at its core is very useful. Where is my picture though? It's on the other side. Okay. Where is the wait. Face. And there we go, back. Okay, good. And now all we have to do is make it... Let me see if I can remember. Size. Maybe not the surface GUI, but this one. Position. Size, it should be 0. 1, I think. If I remember correctly. No. 1, 0 maybe? Wait. I fucked up. Yeah, okay. 1, 0. There we go. This kind of works. I wish the actually no, you know what, it works. It works fine. The product they're supporting with real people looks like shit now. Well, that'll happen. That will happen, yeah. That is wild to think that everything just can just go like that in an instant. That's wild. Cheese. Say cheese. And what do we have here? Cheese. There we go. Perfect. Oh my god, this is bigger than him. Okay. This is a little too big. Let me make this a model, and we're gonna call cheese. We're probably gonna use this multiple times during the video since I said that he really likes cheese. I should have went more all in on the cheese bit. Like say more stuff about you know, cheese. More cheesy things. Okay. Now I need to make sure that this is anchored so it doesn't fall off. Yeah, this one is. Okay, and maybe we do the rocket. Yeah, we can move the table. Where did it go? We'll do the table closer to him so that the we can do more cheese here. There we go. More cheese. He really likes cheese, man. And his parents just feed him cheese. There we go. Cheese. That's fine. Okay. And then we put a rocket as well. Toy rocket. And then we can we let me see if I scale this up. What's it look like? Because I'm gonna have to have him look outside the window. Okay. It doesn't have an inside though. That is good. Let me see what other rockets we can find. Okay, we could delete that. Does it have windows by any chance? Not really. It does have this inside, I guess. There's no other inside on it. Let me see what else we can find. I'm so tired already, I'm gonna be honest. I've actually started working this morning. It took me like 3 hours to do the EQ for my microphone, like do the research and all that. What did I do? Oh yeah, I had to leave home for like 2 hours or more actually. Then I came back. Took me a while to do the YouTube setup. Now that you know what's funny is whenever I look back at what I'm doing in a day, it sounds like I'm not doing a lot. It's just taking a lot of time. I don't know. My whole ass is ready for a nap and it's not even noon. Oh god. I also couldn't sleep last night, so I went to sleep around 3 a.m. and I woke up today at 9, so I only got 6 hours of sleep, which is not that bad actually, now that I think of it. What other rockets do we have here? We got rocket launchers. You know what? I think I can work with this. We can just have Bob here. I could. Let me see. There's a million rockets here. There's gotta be one. A better one. Rocket ship. These are not gonna have an inside. No, maybe we actually use that one. Yeah, this one. This one's got these here. The other one had more space. Yeah. We use this one. This one's working as well. I don't know how. Probably got a script somewhere. Oh my god, this look at all the parts this is made out. Oh my god. I mean made of. I guess I could have him sitting in here and look outside. I don't really like how this one looks like. I'll just figure it out later. I'll use this one. I like the way this one looks. There we go. We put it here now. There we go. Actually, we could do it like this. Make it a little smaller. There we go. Awesome. That's good. And now we could have his, I don't know, like mom be here doing dishes or something, just to make the scene a little bit, you know, more live. I don't know if, yeah. I can make it. I have a couple of markings on my monitor. It's a couple of like black, you know, that sticky band. I don't know what you call it. Construction, like tape, you know. And I'm marking roughly where the shorts, you know, frame is, so I know what's gonna go inside the shot actually. So I'm using those, which reminded me I need to disable the chat, because this way I can actually move my screen left to right if needed, without being blocked by a pop-up that is very annoying. Okay, let's get mom. There you go, a woman, a lady. This will do. Make her a little bigger. We'll hide the name. Okay. And let's say we have her here. Why is one of her hands black? Okay, no one's gonna notice that, hopefully. See, some rigs are weirdly created, like this one, for instance. You're supposed to be able to select that as well, but depending on who made it, some are well, you know, better done than others. Let's say that. Can I actually do this? Yeah, you can't. Not an actual rig. I do have a woman model saved somewhere. That is an actual working rig. Frame overlay you can use for that. Not in Roblox Studio though, no. Unfortunately, there is in DaVinci Resolve, but not in this software. Where is that woman? I should have her saved somewhere. Let me see. Where do I see my stuff again? Recent models, my models, people. It's not in here. I always forget where I see my bookmark stuff. Oh, there you go. Pretty girl. There you go. This one. Insert. Okay, cool. And now this lady here is an actual model that I can get in here and actually animate. This uses a keyframe editor. So for instance, I could, if I wanted to move this hand, right, I would set a keyframe here. Let's just add all the body. And there you go. The keyframe. Then let's say in half a second, the hand, I want it to go here, and then I want it to go here. There you go. This is how you animate in here. See? There you go. And you can also loop it. This is the basic animator. That's why this is horrendous. Like, this is gonna take forever to animate anything. There is a plugin called Moon Animator, which still uses a keyframe, method of animating, but it gives you a lot more tools to more easily animate. I don't want to buy that because that's like $20, but I don't want to buy that because you can do the same in Blender. So at some point I'm gonna learn that. The time being, I'm just not gonna animate. I rarely animate them. It is what it is. I use this though to pose them. Leave it at the open. Refrigerator is full of cheese. Yeah, but you can't see that though. I'm gonna have this is Bob here, and then show him watching cartoons, right? This is what I say, isn't it?
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him.
Let me see.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
We can do this.
This is Bob.
But this is less than a second.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching. This is Bob.
Okay. Hold on. Before we do that, we're gonna use this script here. Bezier into tween. Enable. What this allows me to do is to zoom in fast and then slow down. So we'll do this. We'll zoom in on Bob. We copy the camera coordinates here. So what you have to do is you move the camera into the position you want, and then you get the coordinates in here. There we go. And then you move it again. There we go. We'll zoom in here. Real fast. This is the magnets we're gonna catch. And then here, and then we move slowly until around here. I don't want to move the camera left and right with the script because the Bezier script works a little differently, and the whole thing is 1 second. So we're gonna do a 0.2 and then a 0.8. Let's see how this one looks. Let me get the spawn location. We need to move. These are all things that I've learned by doing. We need to move the spawn location somewhere around here because otherwise the textures are gonna load slower. Don't ask me how I learned that. Now we can publish this. I hope the cheese is anchored. Otherwise it's gonna... Oh, wait. Let me see if this is anchored. Otherwise this is just gonna fall down. They do have a physics engine anchored. There you go. It is. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do, we go and we play the experience. So we go here and we go view details, view on Roblox, and then we play the experience. Then we wait, and basically we have a camera script that's gonna roll, and I just record my screen. There you go. Oh, I forgot to anchor Bob. So as you can see, stuff like this can happen. That's why it takes forever. So we need to anchor Bob. There we go. Now Bob is gonna just sit there. Now we publish again. And where is it? Roblox. And we do it again. And we record. There we go. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, 1 second. That is only 1 second. Hooray! Hooray! We got 1 second. It only took me like, what is it, 3 hours and 10 minutes to get 1 second done. Lord. So now what we do is we bring this in. We cut all of this. Oh my god, my face is in here. Okay. I'm gonna have to move my camera. Let's see, where do we put the camera then? We'll put the camera all the way here. This should be fine. And now we have to do it again. There we go. This should be fine. Okay. Let's see.
He loved watching cartoons. That's what he got the idea.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, I'm not in there. Okay.
This is Bob.
There we go.
This is Bob.
Yay! 1 second. Woo! Let's go. Only 42 more to go. All right.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Okay, this is 3
As
seconds.
a kid, he loved watching cartoons. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
There's something I don't like about this. Hold on.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the
What do I not like about this now? Oh my god.
Kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or
Is it? I think it might be just too low.
he promised to himself he's going to be the first person to
Hmm. Is it this?
taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it.
There's something missing.
At the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life, so he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the side is expired. At the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life, so he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the side is expired.
I think it's just the gain.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese.
Yeah, this is better. This is better. This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties,
There's something about it though. It's like it's a little muffled. I don't know if muffled is the word.
taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he
I'm not quite sure what's up.
became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned
Where is the...
a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and
Okay, it's... I don't know.
took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the side is This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the
It's been 5, isn't it? Maybe I need to add a little bit more air.
moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but
A little bit down.
Bob was serious.
Hold on. I'll get there. Yeah.
Yes, he promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars,
Why is this not doing anything? Isn't this supposed to add a little bit more air to it? You have a hole at 1K and 2K.
or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering.
Okay, so you say I should boost this?
Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream.
Boost 2K. Oh, wait, what? 2K? There you go. How do I reset this though? Why not reset this? There you go.
Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the
2K first. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, right?
more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He
Okay.
Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in
It's so annoying whenever Da Vinci just
kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids
That's 4K. Okay. Oh my god. 4K. Narrow the Q. As in make it smaller, right? Oh no, narrow as in make it bigger. Let's do what, like 2 maybe?
say the funniest things, but Bob was
Oh shit, this sounds so much better. Sheesh.
serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon.
Okay, maybe then we lower a little bit of 7K. Try to lower the S's a little bit.
Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion.
Hold on, what if we... Okay, so we do a 7K. Oh my lord. What if we do 7K here?
For a second, when a sudden realization
Actually, there's nothing to...
hit him, he looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob
Oh, actually, this is fine.
was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon.
Yeah.
Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob He's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering.
This is better. I feel like this is better. This got a lot more air to it, a little bit more clarity. 4K one a shelf and lose the 7K one. A shelf being this. You mean this?
Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the Moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering.
I think this is better,
Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out is going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years...
It really depends on when you're listening to this, but this is actually making an impact. Sometimes it's not necessarily making an impact. I think it's just the inconsistencies in my voice, but this sounds better. That sounds more aired, yeah.
Of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream.
And the yeses are not that big of a deal, actually. Usually your ear needs at least 3 decibels of difference to hear it. Yeah. When I am hearing a difference.
Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars...
I feel like if I go too high, the S's are too much, and I need to add a de-esser. So I'll need this, and maybe...
or going to parties.
But the problem is I'm not seeing S's too high in here. That's what I'm not getting.
He studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more...
You have a ton of low-end content too. A translation, please? You can probably go an even harsher low cut. You mean here? Like this?
The moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and took a bite. He froze in confusion for a second when a sudden realization hit him. He looks at the earth and says, I think the site is expired. Because I landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. So he picked up
It does sound more bassy, yeah.
a rock and took a bite. He froze in...
Bro, I think we can be here for like a week. Tweaking these. Oh my lord. Oh god. Why out of all the things in the world, why did I choose this? Why? Oh my god.
parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after...
I'm a little... the S's kind of annoy me. That's the whole thing. 30 hertz is jungle pass.
years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a...
I like the airness of the voice now, but the S's feel too rough. I don't know how to deal with those.
seat on a mission to Moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the Moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a rock and taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to...
Like on... maybe this has to be more... if I try to replicate... The thing is, this EQ is on top of the EQ I had on OBS as well. Listen to it on speakers instead of headphones to double check it. I don't want to. I don't want to know.
He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission.
Hey, Adi. How's it going, man? Hello. Hello. Hello, internet person. You came at the right time. I don't know, Bazooka.
To moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more moons cratered looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it. The moment he...
You know what? I think I'm gonna just leave it here. This one doesn't seem to be doing much, but I think I need to do an even narrower one. That's the thing. I think I need to do something like this.
First person to taste the moon.
But this is too much,
while
though.
Other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream.
That's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. There you go. That's fine. Let's just leave it here. How's it going, Adi? How's it going? That is fine. I don't know. Well, I'll deal with that later. I'll deal with it at the end. I need more progress on the actual animation, man. Oh god, it does feel a little better though.
Bob, when he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that
what I don't like is that there's like a reverb on it. There's like a, I don't know how to call it, you know?
The moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first.
Like it's muffled, but it's only muffled at the baseline. I don't know how to say that. That's fine. Let's just move on. Right. It's fine. I'll deal with. I can deal with that as much as I like at the end of it. Okay. What do I say then?
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Maybe we can lower this as well, like a -7.
Loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made
Yeah.
of cheese, and it really...
I'm gonna try to use a little bit of Google Studio, see what they say as well.
The moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say...
I'm kind of obsessed right now. I kind of want to fix it right now, but we'll move past that. All right, let's see what the next
When he was a kid,
what the next one's gonna be.
when he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Okay, so that's that's 2 seconds. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. So now we're gonna do something like this. We're gonna have the mother just be here. I don't know, doing dishes. Let's just to have a, you know, something in the background, a little bit more dynamic. Dishes. There we go. We can do dirty dishes. There you go, a pile of dishes. Awesome. And we can put these in here. All right. Just to make the scene a little bit more dynamic. Make sure that everything is anchored. It is. And now have the lady. What is her name again? Because I'm gonna have to pose her. So we're gonna say mother. We're gonna say mommy. Okay, let's close this. An EQ that will show you both channels at once is very helpful, but you'd have to buy one. Unless Pro Q can show you exactly what frequencies are clashing. Stuff in shared frequencies. Okay, so like the muffled sound, you mean those are like frequencies that are clashing? Is that like the term I'm looking for? It's a little muffled, I think. That's what's happening. Both channels at once. There's a lot of alien language that you're saying. It can be, yes? Okay. I'll have to figure it out. The thing is, if I figured it out once, then it's done, you know? So you can cut, so you cut one or both. Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, let's have her, I don't know, be here, like do the dishes. Let me, what's her root part here? Oh, there we go. We'll have her face towards these. There we go. Okay. There we go, and then I'll just move her a little bit. Use the music example, the principles are the same. Okay. This is what separates pros from amateurs. Alright. Alright, let me get this in my Oh, you actually did you mean to send it from a specific minute? Because it starts at 4 minutes. Is that what you were you meant to do, or do you want me to watch the whole thing? Where is my Miller note? I'll just save this here for later. I will actually watch these because these will make my life so much easier in the long run, and it's something that I'm interested in doing for my other channel as well. You can rewind it. Got it. Okay. I picked one that shows sidechaining since your applications use that. Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bazooka. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we anchor mother. We say, mother, sit there. And this plugin is going to make a copy of mother. And now we just delete this. Awesome. We need to get the spawn out of here. We'll put it somewhere there. Sidechaining uses the info from one channel to modulate a second channel. What is a channel, though, Bazooka? Okay, so now...
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Okay.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said,
every time I come back, I find something else that bothers me. It's a little too harsh now.
He'd say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself
the S's are too rough. Which is wild because I've recorded this using OBS where I've already EQ'd the S's. When X is loud, make Y quiet. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, tracks. Okay, stop going back. I will. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's it's pretty much what you're saying is how to mix the music better with the voice, right? Funny thing is, no one will ever notice this ever in any of the stuff that I'll be doing for the future. It's a good thing to know, though. But just saying, no one other than a sound engineer will ever notice that stuff. I don't have tea anymore. You may have boosted them again after cutting in the recording. Yeah, I think I did. And I've boosted the volume like twice when I compounded the clip as well, so yeah. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second, boys. I'm actually it's interesting to think if anyone who joins this stream would be interested in this whole process outside me and you. I mean, now that we're actually animating, people might be actually a little bit interested, I guess. If you can't hear it on your phone, you aren't gonna hear it anywhere. Let's actually check this on my speakers. That's right. Hold on. I can do that right now. Let's see. So let me switch to my speakers.
This is Bob.
Oh, this is way too loud. Hold on.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him. People laughed and said, kids say the funniest things, but Bob was serious. He promised to himself he's going to be the first person to taste the moon. Years passed, and while other kids dreamed of being movie stars or going to parties, he studied astronomy and engineering. Eventually, after years of work, he became an astronaut. He was getting closer to his dream. Decades later, Bob finally earned a seat on a mission to moon. As the rocket approached, looking out the window, the closer he got, the more Moon's crater looked like Swiss cheese. When he finally landed on the moon, he felt like this was it, the moment he'd be waiting for his whole life. So he picked up a
You know what? I'm not noticing the harshness of the punchiness of the S's, but the sound is just not clear. There is a muffleness to it. That I don't like at all.
movie stars or
I don't hear the S's though, which is good. I need to
parties. He studied astronomy.
the thing is on my headset that the sound is much cleaner though. I watch hours and hours of people doing stuff with music. You have no idea. Okay.
Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where
I'll just export it and watch it on a phone as well. My speakers kind of suck ass. They're like I think I paid $5 for the speakers, so I don't know if these can be trusted. Low and low mids. Yeah. Okay. I'll look into it, yeah. Let's see how we do this next bit here. You always love cartoons, so maybe we start here. And we get something like that.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese.
We showed this.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese.
And then we switch to him with maybe a moon in his hand or something. Or maybe we put him here with holding a cheese in his hand and touching the monitor. We could do that. I could do something like this. I need to catch the monitor. The mom's not gonna be in the way though, but it is what it is, I guess. I don't really like this angle because of the couch though. How long is
When
this?
he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. He loved cartoons.
That's 2 seconds. Okay. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. I could do something like this as well. Or rather, something like this. I think I can delete this. Hold on. And I can do something like that. Although, he loved watching cartoons. Well, let's just do this. That's fine. No need to overcomplicate things. There we go. Now I'm gonna use a different camera script though. We'll do a twin camera. We'll get the camera coordinate here. And then we just zoom in here. Maybe we left this. And we'll do something like this. Maybe we move the cheese a little bit just to be in the... just to be able to be seen. There we go. All right. There we go. I'll just put these in here. Okay, cool. This is gonna be 2 seconds. I always do an extra second because it looks better if the camera is still moving. We can publish this. Second cheese unneeded. Or you mean the other one, you think? I mean, I can delete it just so the other one can be better seen. That's fine. That's a little thing. One thing that I learned is that I don't need to get myself lost in unnecessary details because no one outside of me will ever see them. It's not really about that with these shorts. That's the whole thing. It was visual confused. Yeah, no, I see what you mean because you can now better see this one there. Yeah. Just as a general thing, because this is what my wife actually told me, because I kept doing this, like I kept obsessing over the smallest things, and I still do. I that's just how I do things. I can't, you know, it is how I do things. I cannot not do it like that. But I'm trying to do it less and less. What is going on with the float right now? Yo, Florin, how's it going? Hello. She was telling me that I'm focusing on unnecessary detail. What is going on with the float right now? Was that like... Oh, it's fine, actually. You gotta realize what the target audience is, you know? How's it going, Florin? Hello. Okay, let's get this here now. There we go. Okay, this is fine. There we go. And now we put Bobby here.
When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
There we go. Bob is watching cartoons. Not too
This
shabby.
is Bob.
I hate when Da Vinci does this.
This is Bob. When he was a kid.
Let me just open it again. I'm putting a lot of strain on my live stream as well by doing this. I mean on my GPU by doing the live stream. Maybe I should actually lower the quality of the live stream to only 1080p, to be honest. That's gonna clear some room out because Da Vinci is also using a lot of my GPU. Details have to be noticed. The more you add, the more you notice. But then it reach a point where it's too much to try to take in. Oh yeah, definitely. But again, you gotta also keep in mind, you know, who watches these kind of animations as well, and decide how much details you want to add in, you know. All right.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's what he... This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons.
Okay, this is not bad.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese.
Okay.
That's where he...
This is 3 seconds.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese.
Okay. 2 seconds. Almost 3 seconds.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese.
Okay. Now we can get Bob here. And we can do a zoom out. We just did a zoom in. We can do a zoom out next. Let me get Bob here. Holding a piece of cheese and touching the moon. I guess that's gonna be a And one hand can be, you know what? Maybe he's holding the rocket actually. Yeah. Let's delete Bob from there. We'll add Bob again. Little Bob. Little Bobby. Now we have to do it again. We'll name him Bobby this time. We'll, you know, make him feel special. Bob is special. Delete all of these. We don't need those. There we go. Make Bobby a little bigger. Okay. And now Bobby is gonna be holding a rocket in his hand because Bobby wants to take a bite of the moon. Do this. It's gonna feel a little more natural. And we'll put this in here. There's a big ship. There is one big ship. It's like half of Bobby's size. There we go. Maybe we can slightly turn it. There we go. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Okay. And now with the other hand, he's reaching for the cheese. Because Bobby really likes cheese. Now we move Bobby and the ship. Hold on. Oh god. Okay. This is awkward. Okay. And what I can do is I will make him look up. There we go. And we can do this so we can see. I don't know how I can have both be seen at the same time. Maybe if we oh, this is gonna be annoying. Okay. Maybe if we do another angle. Let's make Bobby straight. Okay, this is not a bad angle. You can kind of see both. We can spread his legs a little bit. There we go. Okay. Not too bad. So we did a
Kid, he loved what
zoom in. Now let's do a zoom out. We can do this. So we zoom out to him looking at the moon.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese. And it really stuck with him. People
We do have a follow-up that stuck with him.
cheese.
541.
And it really stuck with him.
541. Okay, so it's more than a second. That's fine. Okay, we can make another cut with that.
That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese. And it
Okay, that's almost 3 seconds.
loved watching cartoons.
Zoom in. Let's do a zoom out. We'll do this. We'll start the camera here. And do something like that. There we go. The reason why I have 3 of these points is so I can make more complex camera movements. But right now I don't need that. I'm only gonna use 2 points, that's it. 3 seconds, that's fine. The twin camera has another extra second of easing in. Let's publish and record this. Let's take Bob to the moon, boys. There we go. Waiting for an available server. What is going on? Come on, we need to get Bob to the moon. Hello? Roblox? What's going on? You got a title? Okay, hit me with it. Tell me. Do I have any scripts in here? Usually scripts do that. Swimming pool. Let's try it again. Bob's Moon Cheese Munchies. That might be misleading though, Bazooka. That kind of sounds like a you know, a strain of something that gives him the munchies. Bob's Moon Cheese Munchies. That might give the wrong idea of what the video is about. Where's my Roblox? There we go. Oh, there you go. I kind of would love to have the munchies myself right now, not gonna lie. But I cannot. Because the munchies now come with nightmares as well. Not my fault. Not my fault, indeed. Oh, this is annoying. Okay. How do I cut it? There we go. Let me mute the music here.
That's where he got that the moon is made of cheese.
Okay.
This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese. And
Okay, not too shabby.
it really stuck with him. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him.
We can have now Bob with a light bulb on its head, on his head. Really stuck with him. Or we can add a. Can I find a moon cheese? Maybe put it on his hand. I mean, or on his head. I mean, this kind of looks like the moon, right? If I do this. Not really though. It's not round though. Never mind. How is there not a moon made of cheese, man? Did I just type in the same thing I did? Wow. Cheese moon. Gonna be honest with you guys, I think I'm gonna finish this video tomorrow. Okay, this gives me the same thing. Cheese orb. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Okay. That really stuck with him. I could put him on the moon cheese. I can put him in space. We can totally change the... Wait a minute, I have an idea. Let's get this outside. Oh god, not the whole house. Not the whole house. Yo, where's my cheese? Okay, we can do space. There we go. Yo, Bazooka, thank you for being with me for like the past 3 hours, dude. You're amazing. You've helped me a ton, dude. Thank you again. You're amazing, brother. I'll talk to you later, okay? Have a good rest of the day, man. Have a great rest of the day, buddy. Okay, we'll do this. We'll take the moon into space. The cheese moon. There we go. We'll make it bigger. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, Bazooka. Hell yeah. All right, let's get Bob in here. Kid, yo, Bob, I need you. You're gonna sit on the cheese moon, baby. Bob on moon. There we go. Delete all this unnecessary stuff. I don't need any of these. We hide the name. Okay, and we put Bob on the cheese moon. Let me make sure this is actually anchored so it doesn't fall into space. There we go. We'll make Bob a little bigger. Okay, now we have to make Bob actually sit on the moon. And we'll give him his favorite toy as well. The space rocket. There we go. Bob is sitting on the moon. Okay. Maybe he has this arm way up in the air. All right, something like that. Okay. Now we need to actually put him. There we go. Now where is the spaceship? We're gonna steal the toy from this Bob and give it to this other Bob. And maybe we put it here actually. There we go. Why is the toy black now? All right, there we go. You know what? I'll turn this around. There we go. Now Bob's in space. Awesome.
And that really stuck with him. People laughed and said, and that really stuck with him.
Okay.
And that really stuck with him.
Okay, that's That's gonna be 2 seconds.
The idea that the moon is made of cheese.
And now we do another zoom out. We'll do a zoom out from here. To something like this. Awesome. It's gonna be 2 seconds. And we need to get the spawn location somewhere closer. So I can load the textures in. It should be fine. Let's publish and see how it goes. All right, let me record now. Oh no. Something's wrong here. Hold on. What is going on? Is this anchored? It is. Maybe it's because of collision. Let's turn off collision maybe for Bob. And for the spaceship maybe. There we go. How about now? Oh my god. Oh my god, Bob just disappeared. Oh, I think I didn't anchor Bob. I didn't anchor the new Bob. That's what happened here. And anchored. There we go. New Bob has been anchored now. He just fell into the space. All right. Let's give it one more go. This should be fine. Hell yeah. What is going on with Bob's hat now? What is going on? Oh, I didn't anchor the hat. No. All right, here we go. Here we go. Third time is the charm. Let's do it again. Do it again, Bobby. Just do it again. All right. Finally, we got it. There we go. Now we put Bobby here where he belongs.
Years of work, he became an astronaut.
All right.
And it really stuck with him.
Okay. A little change of pace here.
And it really stuck with him. And it really stuck with him. This is Bob. When he was a kid, he loved watching cartoons. That's where he got the idea that the moon is made of cheese, and it really stuck with him.
All right, not too bad. We got 7 seconds. I think I'm gonna end it here, though. I started way too late today. I think I'm gonna end. I think I'm gonna go fix the audio, and I'm going to finish this tomorrow. I'll probably be live again. I'll come back and do this on stream. Yeah, we'll finish this on stream. Well, anyway, thanks everyone for being in here and taking a part of making or starting to make this video. This didn't go as planned because we fiddled with we messed with new stuff. We recorded the audio ourselves this time, so that implies messing with a lot of settings and stuff. But we got everything together. All I need to figure out is how to do the proper EQ to it, and we are golden. So from now on the future live streams, everything's gonna be much, much, much easier. We pioneered, we experimented. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna end it here for now. Have a great rest of the day, night, whatever it is.